Aber genau, noch was zu sagen, weil ich halt einfach bei der Notizen mache. Genau. Das ist nicht so in der Hand halten. Genau. Perfekt. Good morning. Hello. May I ask you to take your seat? A very warm welcome. Hello, good morning. A very, very warm welcome to the Transdanube Travel Stories final conference. We are very happy to have you all with us. We have a full day of exchanges and debates ahead of us. And finally we can meet again and sit together. I've heard that you had not many occasions in the project to meet face to face. So it's also a very special day to see each other again in such a setting. My name is Sylvia Amann. I'm the moderator of today. And it's a great pleasure for me to be with you also on this topic of transnational cooperation. And I'm very much looking forward also to gain a lot of further insights into sustainable travel futures and also to all of your contributions and debates. Before we start to dig deeper into the conference, I have the pleasure to introduce Agnes Kurzweil from the Environmental Agency in Austria. Please join the stage. Lead partner of Transdanube Travel Stories. So, please, Ms. Kurzweil, go ahead with your welcoming words. Thank you.
Thank you very much and good morning. I hope you can hear me well. Seems to be very high. So good morning to everybody. Good morning, partners. Good morning, well-known faces from other events we had in the last years, and also to the new faces interested in our travel stories and in the Danube. My name is Agnes Kurzweil and I'm from the Environment Agency in Austria. We are the lead partner of the Transdanube trilogy because Transdanube Travel Stories, this is the project number 3 we had. We started more or less 10 years ago. I can remember it was in Vienna, 10th December. It was snowing, one of these very rare days. Meanwhile, when we had the kick-off of Transdanube with 15 partners and with a very new topic, sustainable mobility and tourism in the region, in the Danube region. And we developed in this first project a common vision and many, many outputs like regional action plans working on this topic, more focus on sustainable mobility. That means how to come here by train, by bus, by bike, but not by car or by plane. This is the idea to travel sustainably. Meanwhile, in times of climate crisis, energy crisis, a topic which is really more actual as it was 10 years ago. we closed this first project with this common vision of develop this sustainable mobility, and worked on in another project, which was this Transdanube Pearls project, with one main result, the network of Danube Pearls, where Danube Upper Austria is managing this network. A great outcome with, I don't know how many destinations we have meanwhile. It was 13 at the beginning, destinations working together on this topic and developing products. And with this project, we started 2020. It was a challenging project in many, many aspects, also with this travel challenge we were organizing. But of course, the pandemic was a very new situation to work on this topic. And this time we are more focusing on tourism products, combining tourism, innovative marketing strategies and mobility management. And today we are presenting you all our outcomes. You can see on the wall, left, right side. My partners will tell you much about it. And before I end, I would like to introduce also my partnership. I say my partnerships because we're a Transdanube family, and meanwhile we have partners from the very beginning, the Danube office from Germany, Westbanon from Hungary, and Danube Competence Center from Serbia. Then in the second project, Danube Upper Austria Tourism was joining us, and also now leading the Danube Pearls. We will also hear about it today. And with this project, Transdanube number 3, we have Linz Tourism on board, which we are very happy about, also to be here today. The Institute for Culture, Tourism and Sport Murska Sobota from Slovenia, and the Croatian Association for Tourism and Rural Development, the Village Membership Club from Croatia, and Danube Parks. I think many from you are from Danube Parks network as well here, so welcome. We missed today another partner from Romania, visit Oradea, the Oradea Tourism Association, but we hope we can also give you some glance what they did. So for us, I wish a good day today for all of us. Enjoy it, and it is a really great opportunity to be in contact, to exchange, which is one of the main benefits of such a conference. And thank you very much to Linz Tourism, much work to organize something like this conference, and with this impressive place we are today. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kurzweil, and I think you used a very good word. You said something like family, and it's maybe often in projects like that, it feels like a family meeting when going to a conference or to a partner meeting, and it's a very special moment to be at the final conference. And as you already said, it's hosted by Linz. And so I think we will now see a video in order to bring us a little bit further into the Linz context before we will have the welcoming words of your host of today.
Eine Eilmeldung hat uns gerade aus den USA erreicht. Die erste Rakete, die auf dem Weg zum Mars war, hat überraschenderweise umgedreht. Das Bizarre an dieser Nachricht: laut Berechnungen soll die Rakete in der Landeshauptstadt Linz landen.
Was? Da bei uns?
Uns ist vor allem bewusst, dass über 300 Tonnen Kohlendioxid in ein paar Sekunden ausgestoßen werden.
Die Deppen sollen woanders landen.
Auf landen sind sicher keine Deppen.
Linz ist kein Planet, wo du einfach landen kannst. Du Weine, du Dreck!
Landeshauptstadt Linz werden die Demonstrationen von Tag zu Tag mehr.
Wenn sich die Leute vereinen, dann kriegen die da oben am meisten Angst.
Glauben Sie wirklich, dass die Astronauten hierher kommen, um Linz zu erforschen?
Im Land herrscht Ausnahmezustand. Menschen aus ganz Europa sind auf dem Weg nach Linz. Der große Andrang verursacht.
Die kommen gleich.
Bist du deppert?
So, thank you, Sylvia. Thank you, Agnes. You said we are the great big Danube family, but you are the mother of our family, yes? And thank you that your institution, the Federal Environment Agency, is the lead partner. Is what's very, very important. And when we look into the future, we see it's very difficult to find a lead partner for new projects for Danube National programs. Thank you very much. Welcome, a very warm welcome. Thank you for coming. We are very proud that we can organize the final conference in Linz. We tried to find a very interesting, very communicative setting, and here in the tobacco factory, in the former tobacco factory, now there is a center for not smoking by cigarettes. Here are smoking the heads, and here are a lot of companies, startups, and institutions are thinking into the future, and this was the base for our project as well. And you saw the teaser of our new campaign, Visit Planet Linz. Think big, start small, never end. It's from Steve Jobs, and we looked to the space tourism. We see it's not necessary to go into the space. It's necessary to discover our region, to discover the Danube region, and this was the base for this project. Agnes told us what was the former projects, and now was the question, why should one travel to the Danube? And all this what we did had the philosophy from enumerating to telling to experiencing. This is what we think is the future of tourism. Not only make programs with some guided tours, no, there are a lot of other things, to use public transport, to develop green travel products, to have narratives, to find the great stories, not only for one city, for one destination. The Danube is our space, and therefore we are happy that you are here. I have a great team, and here in Linz we are Danube enthusiasts. Gysi Gruber, she organized the whole conference. I don't know where she is now, but thank you very much, Gysi, and I'm very proud what you organized. But Peter Riffert and Nina Druckenthaler, my colleagues from the Danube organization in Upper Austria, we are Danube enthusiasts, and I think what you find here, what we can present, the results of our projects, it should be a good base to change tourism in the Danube region, to make the tourism along the Danube more smart. And we will discuss some aspects today, but it's very important. We have a great networking meeting here, and the setting is a very good base for networking, and we have a new term, a trade. We say it's not a green meeting, it's a green meeting as well, but it's a blue meeting, and blue meeting means, in our interpretation, sets base for the meeting. Architecture is a human-centered architecture, not only to sit in one line. We have a lot of breaks, we have a good moderator, and we would say you come in contact. Linz is a point for contacts, and I wish you a lot of inputs, a lot of new aspects, and I hope this conference is the starting point for the activities in the future. What we say in the European semantic capitalization. All what we developed should be capitalized now, and this is my great wish for the future. Thank you for coming to Linz, and now please, Sylvia, bring us in a good way through this day. I hope to many speeches with you, and use this space to bring new contacts and new networks to your destination back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Georg Steiner. And as you already mentioned, we are here in the tobacco factory, and it's something already about reusing building is also a sustainable way of going forward in these new challenges we are having for sustainable development. And I think our next welcoming speaker, Alexandra Dörfler, will certainly further reflect on how environmental issues can be brought forward and also linked to tourism. Please, Ms. Dörfler.
Thank you. Guten Morgen. Good morning. I just had my personal Linz bus travel story, so I couldn't make it a little bit earlier, but I'm happy to be here. I'm here in the name of Robert Thaler. You all know him. Robert wanted to be here yesterday evening, but in case, due to night train overbookings, he just can arrive this morning, but he will be here soon, and you will see him in the course of the morning. My name is Alexandra Dörfler, and I have a very interesting linkage to this project. When I think it was about 4 years ago, I was walking here in Linz with Andreas and another colleague of mine from the tourism ministry, and we were thinking how we could design a new Transdanube project. And we were talking, and we were thinking, we were laughing, and I think we were kind of drinking a bit, but not too much, of course. And then we started the idea of thinking in routes, linking these routes together. And I was not quite sure if the idea was good and if the outcome was good. But then the project applied in the call, in the Transdanube call, and then the project was taken, and then it started. And I did some traveling to different regions from this project, and now I'm very curious today what we are going to hear, the outcome, the products, and the routes. It was a special experience, and I think I can also tell some stories about traveling in the Danube region. So from our side, from the Ministry for Climate Protection, what is to say? Sustainable mobility, tourism mobility, we call it climate-friendly mobility, has been a topic for like 10 years in this Danube Transnational Program. All the projects have been dealing with sustainable mobility, like active mobility, train, bus, bike, hiking, and boat traveling. Sustainable mobility is also, as you know, essential for the transformation towards a clean and climate-friendly mobility in line with the Paris Agreement of 2015. A major benefit of this project is, as we think, the concept of working together on ideas, on projects, and in the case of Transdanube Travel Stories, on products. It's a new concept of thinking, and we think it's very important in these times of economic, political crisis to work together, to join forces, transnational forces, and work together on projects, especially in the field of sustainable tourism mobility. As you might know, I think I've talked about it at one meeting about the PEP Partnership on Sustainable Mobility, which has been started in September 2021. It's a partnership where also stakeholders from different countries work together on sustainable tourism. We are now working on a toolbox which is designed for national authorities and should help them promoting and pushing sustainable mobility in their countries. And of course, the results and outcomes of this project will be taken into consideration in this toolbox, which might be published which will be published in 2025. And it's very interesting. We are working very hard on this toolbox, I may say, and I'm curious what will be the content of this toolbox. So in the name of Robert Thaler and the PEP, I would like to thank all participating partners for their contributions, their commitment in this project, which is aiming at promoting mobility along the Danube, mobility management at cultural routes, and all the networks involved. Thank you, and I'm curious what we will hear today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dörfler. So we have, I think, now reached the moment where we start to dig deeper into our program of today, and we will go on a trip, we will go on a journey, starting from the source, then getting some flow, going to the delta, then to the sea. So in that sense, we will have a whole image, I think, a whole narrative already in our mind to understand better the history of the river, but also the related stories which were developed in the framework of the project. Also then how to flow, how to move transnationally in a sustainable way and to link that to transnational narratives, okay, some surprise in my background. And then arriving also at some places like a delta where there are encounters, where people meet, where they exchange, where they discover new elements and new backgrounds. So in that sense, I hope you have already lots of images now in your brains and also already some first ideas how this day could further develop. And in order to get even more inspiration, we have a very distinguished speaker with us today who will give us a keynote. It's Mr. Bernd Loppow from Zeitreisen. And he's traveling, I think, from near and far his whole life. I got the impression from your biography. And also started then to work for the Zeit, the famous German journal. And I think you were founding then in the year 2000 Zeitreisen and the Zeitreisen publishing or edition. And in that sense, we are looking very much forward hearing more from you, crossing borders on the future of sustainable tourism. Please.
So now I need the script. Who was lying here before?
Maybe that the previous speakers check if they have some papers.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Many of you gathered here today have been involved in thinking about discussing and shaping the travel stories, alternative routes and new narratives on the Danube region. Overcoming borders of many kinds has been a very important part in doing this. I'm very much looking forward to continuing this process with you today. Haven't we always admired them, the great travelers of world history, the adventurers and discoverers of foreign worlds, distant lands and continents? The Venetian merchant son Marco Polo, who made it as far as China. The Islamic scholar Ibn Battuta and his journey of 100,000 kilometers through the Orient and Asia. Alexander von Humboldt, who spent 5 years exploring nature in the south of America. The French Orientalist Alexandra David Neal, who was the first woman from the West to reach the Potala in Lhasa. Not to forget Odysseus and his years of wandering, the great explorers like James Cook or Vasco da Gama, and not to forget Columbus, even if he took a wrong turn to the sea route to India. All great explorers, all great travelers had to do one thing above all. They had to they had to overcome borders, borders of the most diverse kind, spatial borders such as huge oceans, imposing mountain massives or vast deserts. They had to overcome political borders between the most diverse territories, linguistic borders, and borders between the most diverse cultures. But above all, they had to overcome their own personal borders on their journeys that sometimes took decades. Overcoming borders is also what this conference is about, as well as what the future of travel might look like in the so special changing times the world is currently undergoing. Often, the driving force behind great travelers was not so much a specific geographical destination, if there was one at all. It was much more curiosity, the search for new horizons, foreign knowledge and experiences, getting to know and understand distant shores and cultures, and also the pursuit of worlds and new dominions. And rarely, it was most interesting what came at the end of the great journey, being on the road, the experiences and encounters en passant were the essence of traveling. In times when speed on foot, on horseback, in a carriage, or on a sailing ship determined travel, the destination at the end was often little more than the turning point of a great journey. Or quite simply, roads were made for journeys, not destinations. In the 18th century, when leisure traveling was reserved for a small elite of young nobles and sons of upper middle class, being on the road has even less purpose. On a grand tour, especially to Italian monuments from antiquity, the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, they should get the finishing touch at the end of their education. Being on the road as a school of life. These encounters with the cultures, customs, and languages of foreign countries usually lasted at least several weeks, if not months, and broadened the horizons of the mostly young travelers. It was Baptist missionary Thomas Cook who put together travel on an industrial scale first, when he organized the first railway journey for 570 activists of the temperance movement from Leicester in England to Loughborough, 10 miles away in early 1841, including ham sandwiches and a cup of tea. This was the beginning of mass tourism as we know it today. Faster, higher, further has long been the motto of the travel industry. Travel now takes us to all possible corners of the world. Get on a plane, fly a few hours, get off at the other end of the world, and return 2 weeks later or even quicker. Breakfast at Everest Base Camp, snorkeling on Galapagos, hiking under Table Mountain, temple festivals in Bhutan, New Year's Eve at Copacabana. Yes, we all have collected wonderful experiences of nature, unforgettable encounters on our flying visits to the farthest ends of the globe. And you could have found all these experiences at Zeitreisen too. Climate change, COVID-19, war in Ukraine. The turning point of time long since has affected the world of travel. How will we travel in the future? Where will we travel to? How often? How long will we travel? And how will we get to our destination if the journey is particularly damaging our climate? These questions all travelers must ask themselves. Like us, who shape the world of travel and prepare the routes for travelers. As an important part of the global economy, travel contributes a great deal, heating up the atmosphere through the greenhouse gases emitted by planes and cruise ships, but also by trains and automobiles. As in many other industries, the environmental costs have not yet been adequately priced. So it is time to rethink travel so that it has a future. Now I would like to tell you briefly about our own transformation process. The transformation process of Zeitreisen, the tour operator for the readers of Die Zeit. As you might know, Die Zeit is the biggest German weekly newspaper, also for Austria and Switzerland, with a circulation of already 630,000 copies every week. Zeitreisen has to face, just like all business enterprises and nations in the world, the same process. Several years ago, we analyzed our offer at all levels and are about to reorientate ourselves. At the end of this process, we will be able to present a large sustainable travel program. As long as environmental impacts cannot be avoided, the terms reduce and compensate will accompany us along our way. For quite a long time now, we have been starting new trips mainly to German and European destinations, especially cycling, hiking, and sailing tours. We undertake ship journeys almost exclusively with the least possible harmful propulsion systems or with alternative fuels. Every Zeit traveler can choose which travel option he or she prefers. In addition, for the past 3 years, we have been offsetting the carbon emissions of all transport by water, land, and air in certified climate protection projects for our customers. Perhaps the most important innovation at Zeitreisen in recent years, however, goes far back to the time of the legendary journeys of the great adventurers and explorers, and to the question, how can a grand tour can be organized today with modern means, contemporary comfort, and as sustainable as possible. As in those days, to cross a large cultural area with leisure for discoveries and encounters in a decelerated manner, and at the same time to give traveling back its way in times of almost supersonic jets. The result has 3 axles and 6 wheels. Talking about the multi-week cultural exhibitions with our Zeitbus that we have been undertaking for 7 years. It all started in 2016 with this offer. Traveling by bus in 53 days on the new Silk Road through 8 countries from Hamburg to Shanghai, in a modern coach with maximum legroom and comfort for around 24 guests, including professional tour guides, site correspondents, and other experts for the superstructure on board. The result, 6 hours after publication, the trip was sold out. And the waiting list was long only a short time later. Enthusiastic guests wrote us in the logbook a legendary classic we issued for modern Marco Polos, or we started as interested parties, returned as changed ones. So, what could it be more obvious than to make a different route for the bus's return from China, through Mongolia, Russia, the Baltic states, back to Hamburg? Or both tours combined in 106 days and 25,000 kilometers to make this the longest bus trip in the world. A huge success for 4 years. Which legendary journey should follow next? Would it be possible to reduce Alexander von Humboldt's 60-month journey to America to 60 days? No problem for our Humboldt expert. Christmas 2019, we set off for Cuba and across other borders to Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Mexico. Goosebump atmosphere during readings in the bus and at 200 original locations, meetings with 5 German ambassadors, and immersion in the current living worlds of South America. Tempi passati. Then COVID-19 hit us, and from mid-March 2020 the world stood still. Also for the world of travel. China is still closing its borders today. What should we do? Would it be possible to transform the concept of transcontinental bus travel to other destinations? Would it also work in Europe? And which routes offer the best topics? To tell you straight away, the cultural expedition concept works in 3 different ways. Putting the experience of a large cultural area into an overall context with like-minded people and expert guidance, and yet with spare time for personal activities. The confidence in the safe, spacious, and comfortable travel in modern buses means more and more new guests are getting on board, and a large number of regular customers meet old acquaintances in new projects every year. In our transformation process towards a travel offer that is as sustainable as possible and less damaging to the climate, the multi-week bus expeditions are an important building block. Traveling in a modern comfort bus comes very closely to the goal of climate neutrality. With a consumption of less than 30 liters of fuel per 100 kilometers, the energy expenditure per person on this route is around 1 liter. Over a distance of 10,000 kilometers, this corresponds to the consumption of 2 tankfuls of fuel in a car. We successfully completed 3 cultural expeditions this year. The circumnavigation of the Mare Balticum in 38 days, the journey around the Iberian Peninsula in 55 days, and only some days ago, the Humboldt expedition in South America. All 3 tours will start again together with a new project that we are particularly excited about. Zeitreisen was, of course, immediately on board when we received a call from Georg Steiner in Linz, telling us about the EU project to develop a new narrative for traveling the Danube region. We are particularly honored to be able to take on something like the tourism cherry of the cake. Not thinking of one of dozens of cruise ships that travel up and down the river Danube, but for 33 days with a comfortable coach for a maximum of 26 guests, almost from the source of the Danube to the Danube Delta. Meeting instead of visiting. In our more than 4,000 kilometer journey, we visit metropolises and sites that have made world history. We explore and experience magnificent landscapes and natural areas. But above all, we seek encounters with the people of the Danube Basin. We want to taste, hear, and feel its cultural richness. We seek a deep understanding of the region's shared turbulent history and want to focus on the Danube European identity characteristics. Also on this journey, through 8 Danube countries, site editors and other experts complement the experiences of our guests with background knowledge and conversations. And of course, we also experience some spectacular routes on the Danube to develop a feeling for the river en passant. And so perhaps this Danube Grand Tour might also be a building block for shaping sustainable tourism, with relaxed journeys leading through a large cultural area, with time and leisure to enjoy history, culture, and everyday life, bit by bit with all senses, in company of inspiring fellow travelers and instructive companions who put the experience into an overall context. The journey is the destination. Roads are made for journeys, not destinations. Rarely has a cliché been so true. We would be very delighted to invite you to get on board our bus and accompany us in autumn 2023 when we drive along your homeland. You are welcome to get in touch. We look forward to seeing you. Thank you so much for listening, and let us have a good day together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bernd Loppow, for these deep insights in your new activities and also modernization of your offers. We are going to our first panel, and we start with the source. That means we reflect a little bit more. First, maybe also about the river as such, because what would be a Danube travel journey without the Danube? And we were talking, or we were just hearing about also this kind of more exploitive means of traveling we have developed for a long time, and now the way to another approach. That means also how maybe also to find ways to restore the dignity of the river, to discover also a holistic Danube experience instead of only the major sites. So in that sense, to think broader and also to follow the trends of conscious traveling, but still offer a high quality of traveling. So these are topics we will now explore in the panel, The Source, from the idea to the travel stories. I would like to invite Georg Steiner to join us on stage, please. As you all know, director of the tourism board, and he was one of the masterminds for the project for which we are celebrating today the final conference. Then there is also Esther Buchart with us. May I ask her also to join us on stage? Maybe you go rather to the middle, we are only 3. Exactly. And then we are having also Gabor Bodisch with us. Please join us too. He is lecturer at the Budapest Metropolitan University and also head of Hungary Next Place Branding Association. Please take a seat. And I didn't say a lot about Esther Buchart. I will repeat that now. So you were starting, I think, at the Vertörhandtag National Park Directorate when the Transdanube Travel Stories Project started, but now you are in a research department about, I understood this as something to do with forest and silviculture. Yes, I'm really delighted to have you all with me here on stage, and we start a nice debate now about the source, from the idea to the travel stories. And you will see that we will have this format during the whole day, so really to let people speak, to get insights in the different results from the project. And we start with one source, and one source is also the project idea, the project purposes. Georg Steiner, would you provide us with some further insights about your motivations and inspirations to get engaged in this project?
Yes, thank you. By the speech of Agnes Kurzweil, you get some information about the first and second project in this Danube transnational program. And then there come 2 ideas together. On the one side, after developing slow traveling, sustainable mobility, we need arguments. Why should you travel on the Danube? And this was the starting point for developing this project. And on the other side, my philosophy here as Director of Tourism in Linz, after 35, 40 years working in tourism, was that I think tourism have open borders. We are only encounterers. We know the encounters. We only enumerate. We know how many museums we have, we know how many churches we have, how many monasteries, how many restaurants, how many ships, and so on. But this is not a story. And this is the situation in our destination. And the Danube goes over 10 countries. And what is the reason that the Director of Tourism in Linz or of Passau or from Regensburg so, is thinking about a journey along the Danube? He has a lot of things to do for his own destination. And this is a systematic problem along the Danube, special because 10 countries are 9 borders. And in these countries there are a lot of regions, destinations. They work not together, they have their own philosophy. And this is what is new for my expectation. And Bernd Loppow said us that we have to build longer ways and have to connect it, not only by bus and by organization of traveling, we have it to connect by narratives, yes? And this is a new level from enumerating to telling. And it's too much for people are working only in tourism. We need people, we with colleagues have know-how in history, have know-how in culinary, have know-how in languages, and so on. And this is the reason why it is so difficult to realize such a project, and we need so many partners from so different branches and activities. But we did it, and now the result we can present. And the next level, and we structured the next levels by starting by developing this program to connect it with green traveling and to connect it with developing of experiences. Narrative is the one side, and the top of a narrative are experiences, and experiences are more than a guided tour. We have good and interesting guided tour, but a guided tour, what is the experience of a guiding tour? And we think more multisensual, to connect this with music, to connect it with tasting of culinary things and other things. And we have to learn this. And I think we have a long way into the future to learn all these aspects what brings these Danube projects now in the tourism world. Not only step for step, destination for destination, to find your red line, to find the experiences, to find, we have 6 stories. And Esther is the represent for the last Danube story, for the nature. She is a very, she has Leidenschaft, she has engagement, passion for the nature of the Danube, yes? And we have to bring the passion for nature on the one side and the things what come on in culture, in architecture, what not always was good for the Danube, yes? This is part of your story. But I think this was a presentation of a route of a river like the Danube makes very interesting. And what Bernd Loppow said, we have to compare us with the whole world, from Humboldt in South America to the northern part of Europe, to the western part of Europe, the peninsula, the Iberian Peninsula, and other regions and rivers. We are not the only river in the world, which is interesting. And but we can now bring a new philosophy in discovering rivers, and this all together was behind this project, and why we are here, why we are so many disciplines, what is here in representatives, not only by many countries, by many disciplines as well. And this was interesting, but it was sehr herausfordernd, it was a challenge, yes, it was a challenge. So my short description to the source of this project.
I think you developed very well this need for integrative approaches, so that different disciplines need to work together, people from different backgrounds. And I think with INTERREG you found a place to test and to pilot these things. But one of the challenges is certainly also how to further implemented, to capitalize, to mainstream these activities. We will have the occasion to further dig into these elements later on. But related to working with people which maybe have not worked so far in tourism or related to tourism, I would like to ask you, Esther Buchert, about your experiences. Maybe you could also highlight us some key elements of your nature story. So probably not all the people had already access to the draft travel stories which were available and to the final ones which are under preparation. Maybe you want to tell us a little bit more about your related experiences?
Thank you. Perhaps just one sentence to the introduction of myself, so that you don't think I'm only working for the science and only working for the nature conservation. I've been also working as a guide for more than 30 years. So I'm also very close related to tourism and also to nature conservation. So I was working for a long time also for the National Park Dunadrava, so quite near to the Danube and related to the river. And yes, it was a challenge for us all, for the Association of Danube Parks, for the association, the network of the protected areas along the Danube, to get in relationship with tourism, with the mass tourism, and with curious people. Yes, we all see that the society changes. We all see that the humanity is changing, and everyone would like to find a new balance. And as nature conservationists, we do and we have experienced something very, very important, which is the proximity to the nature. And this relation to the nature gives us a lot of answers to our questions. And I think for the new questions of the tourism, when people, so why you are traveling, you are in this new time, in this new changing world, you are also searching for your balance, for the answers of on your questions. And I think nature can give an answer all for this, but it's not easy to get it, to get close to the nature. And in our narrative, returning to the last Danube, or the last Danube, we have a lot of messages that we would like to give our travelers. First of all, the story begins with that, similar to the Bible. At the beginning, there was the Danube. At the beginning, there was the river. So without the river, we wouldn't sit here. We wouldn't have trades, we wouldn't have bridges, we wouldn't have towns, settlements, we wouldn't have anything when the river was not there. And so during the centuries, people got close to the nature. They tried to live together with the nature, and then they settled along the river when we are taking it as a basis. But I think we got too close to it. That I mean, this definition, too close to it, means that we are abusing it already. So we are misusing it. It's too close. We are every day crossing the river where we didn't even we don't even recognize that we are crossing it, that we are along the river. So we have to find a new proximity. We get to find somehow a new way to the nature, to the river, and to ourselves. And that is the message of our story, that if we slow down, if we open our senses, and we are curious not just for the destinations, for the houses, the buildings, the beautiful landscapes, but the details, and take time. So that is the mission of it. So when we get it, then we really feel the sense, and we get the balance to ourselves, to the nature, to the society, to other people, to culture, and that is our last chance with the Danube, the last remaining part of the nature sources.
Yes, this makes me think a lot about overcoming this kind of hopping from one place to the other, but to understand also what is in between. So in that sense also, I think especially with the nature topic also, you can experience the whole Danube, the whole area around. It's something which connects to the whole river system, and maybe in that sense also introduces a new way of thinking and a new way of connecting. This brings me to our last panelist, Gabor Bodisch. So I think this whole project, the Transdanube Travel Stories, is about bringing people together, reflecting on the future, on new ways of doing. And in a way, when we prepared the conference, we talked also, it's somehow something like an incubator, something for testing out and for looking for new perspectives. So your whole working life is about innovation, experiences, but also branding. In that sense, what is your perspective on sustainable travel, especially also in a cross-border perspective?
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. What I'd like to start with is a source. As a professor teaching students in Budapest, after each single lesson, I pose a question to myself. What have I learned from the class, from the lesson? So what have we learned from this Transdanube Travel Stories project? And what we have learned is another source. So I don't want to talk about the source of the project. What I'd like to highlight is the source of the new narratives of tourism. So this is the way how we should travel from now on. It is so simple. And I'm quite brave to interpret tourism or new tourism based on this project in a much different way that it has been defined or interpreted until this very moment. So let's sit back and let's focus and listen to every single word that I'm saying, not because of my understanding, but because of the outcome of our mutual project. So tourism is the most narrated and the most visual, social, and natural encounter ever in the world, by which we can explore ourselves in the reflection of others. That's a little bit long, but if I wanted to analyze the meanings, I think it's quite good to build everything on the reflection. And the river Danube, can provide us the reflection. Also, another key word, if I want to use hashtags, today it's very popular to use hashtags, is the encounter. So we are traveling to get to know ourselves and to get to know each other. This program or project brought us a new understanding of tourism, because what we did was based on, first of all, based on cooperation. And this is very important. It belongs to the encounter, cooperation. Myself, I can't do anything. The second is the adaptation, how well we can adapt to the challenges that are turning up and shaping our future. And we don't have to suffer. We have the power, the knowledge, the skills, and the attitude to shape our tourism futures. And the last one, and I'm very happy that you mentioned this word, incubation. So not only should we cooperate, not only should we adapt in a creative way, but we should be responsible for each other. And this is incubation, where we see that the thinking is not at a very high level because they don't understand, they just need the money. Of course, it's business. Tourism is a people-to-people business. But we could help these people, we could incubate their own ideas, because joining this trip, this travel, this encounter or chain of values is easy. Because Transdanube Travel Stories provides us horizontal and vertical stories, narratives. And we just recently had a project along the river Ipoly, bridging Slovakia and Hungary together. And I use the word bridging because this is what we can learn from the river, how it bridges histories, cultures, natures, politics, transportation, and so on. And we just simply could use the main horizontal narratives from this project to implement the main essence of this project into micro-regional projects. So this source of the project is a very good and very dynamic kick-off for our new understanding of tourism from now on.
Yes, thank you very much, Gabor Bodisch. You mentioned already future perspectives. You said, okay, this is now a starting point. At the same time, we are at the final conference. So the question is somehow also how to capitalize on this. So of course, there are opportunities in order to work with students, in order to have new perspectives, but also for the other organizations present here on the panel, how to take it from here. Georg Steiner, what could be next steps also for local tourism organizations like the one you are directing in Linz?
Yes, the question is not so easy. And I'm sorry that Dominique here couldn't be here because both stories, from Esther and from Dominique, Esther the background of nature, and Dominique wrote the story about the Danube for the soul. It's very connected, I think, and it's very important to have a feeling, to become a feeling for the Danube. And now, to your question, how can we find the right experiences? We have narratives, but how can we bring it into programs, to our guests, to our travelers? I think we need more people, more colleagues, but not only in tourism, to translate what is behind this story, and to learn to be a translator, to be an interesting communicator. I think this is very important, and this needs that we have a broader education, and that all people are working in tourism are not only technocrats to organize things. That we know when comes the coffee and where is the restaurant, where is the bus. No, to speak interesting about your destination, about your region, to have a content what is more than only collecting the point of interest. Yes.
Maybe we could bring in Esther Buchert again, because it seems to me that she is a translator already. So in that sense, maybe you could highlight how to become a translator. How did you go on that path across different sectors?
I think a guide, always a guide, or those people who directly meet people, meet those who they are guiding. They are very important persons in that translation. And even in this point, I would like to mention that within this project, also Kopač Kirit made already an education with guides, so that they can really translate the story, so that they can give the spiritual, the philosophical, and so all these the narrative translated to the people. So I think that is a good start and a good way.
So in that sense, it needs already in education a kind of transferring of mindsets, of new mindsets, of how to develop travel products, how to speak to the guests, how to interfere, how to interlink different aspects, etc.
Yes, and additional to this, I think all those who are related to that kind of tourism, guides and operators, and yes, every person in this should by himself experience those what they are talking about, what they are messaging actually.
Okay. Gabor Bodisch, this is also an important role for the university to well prepare also the next generation. What would be your related visions?
Well, I wouldn't just kept it on the field of education. There are two things how we should implement these ideas, these narratives, how to put them into real practice. One thing is that we have to understand that there is no future of tourism, there is no future of the globe if we don't switch the scale of tourism. So the scale switch is point number one. What does it mean? It means we have to understand that the place itself and people living locally, local people, and the nature that is there locally, they are the new units of new tourism. The second thing we have to understand when it comes to practice is that I can say, thanks God, people have no time. We are in rush. But for us, it's good news, because we have an opportunity to create narratives and translate these narratives into their shopping behavior trend patterns. So it is our chance to formulate alternatives and create pre-digested information and experience routes, not only for the visitors, but for the business partners as well. People have no time, and they can consume only the things that are signposted ahead of them. So we have the chance, it is responsibility at the same time, but we can have followers, we can be trendsetters. And people will follow us because they have no time. And if we can be the very first project or the very first best practice in this way, you would see that we will be turned up or referred later on in textbooks and professional journal articles.
I think this is almost perfect phrase for this first panel. So to conclude this first round, thank you very much to all three of you and for your insights and thoughts. And I think you have merited a big round of applause. So, after this first debate, we are approaching closely first break, coffee break. You are probably already looking forward to it because it's always great networking opportunity, meet and chat and exchange with people. But before you go and enjoy your coffee, I would like to draw your attention also to what you see around us. This is what we call the output fair. You see an exhibition, you can have VR experiences, and there is also more information on Danube wine and Roman empires, etc., etc. So take your time also during the coffee break, enjoy the exhibition, enjoy chatting and networking, and we meet again for the next panel at 11 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Wenn die Gysi mal von der Stelle 5 bis 10 Minuten, bis die Leute zurückkommen. Ja, bitte.
Schauen wir mal, vielleicht. So, ihr seid bereit, oder? Bei euch ist alles bereit.
Dann ist wieder die Folie und dann kommen noch 2 Bilder vom Jörg.
Hello and welcome back. May I ask those who are still at the coffee break to come back slowly? We want to start with the next panel. So hello and welcome back. We are very happy that we can continue our journey on the Danube. So you remember, I hope, still the source. And now we are coming into some movement. So this is now the flow panel. And here we discuss also further outputs of the Transdanube Travel Stories Project. So related travel packages, of course, and also experiences of the guides. I have a very nice round with me here. I maybe start with Georg, very close to me. Is the director of the Danube Youth Camp in Ulm, as also theater and media educator, and I think you are also guide? Yes. Yes. Then next to him is Sebastian Frankenberger, Donau Guides Limited Company, and I think you have a lot of experience in experience design and storytelling, so I think you are passionate about these topics. Next to him is Andreas Friedwagner, Veracon. I understood that Veracon means Verkehr, Erreichbarkeit, Raum. Yes. Travel, reach and space. Can we translate that like that? And he is also mobility consultant, so as the name of the company also indicates somehow. And then certainly not least, Sonja Kiebeswenger. And you are a guide, I think from Guide and More, and working as an independent guide. Very active, I think, also in the Danube area and also related to the Transdanube Travel Stories Project. I'm very happy to be with you all here on the topic of the flow, traveling and experiencing the Danube travel stories. And in order to better talk to each other, I will also sit down now. And we start maybe with you, Andreas Friedwagner, because of course we have to move in order to experience all these new travel products, also to maybe better understand these new narratives. So how do you see these new dimensions of travel also related to sustainability from the point of view as a mobility expert?
So let me first of all thank you very much for having me here. I'm very honored to be here on the panel. I think I've quite some experience traveling the Danube sustainably. I had the great chance to visit a lot of places along the Danube during a trip that we did in 2017. We were traveling from the source to the delta, 22 days only with sustainable means of transport. And this was an amazing experience. It was not organized. I was quite jealous hearing that there are also convenient buses bringing people to destinations with all the information that is necessary for the background to really experience and to engage with the regions and the people living there. We also engaged and experienced, but maybe on a quite different way, I would say. So we organized this trip ourselves, and we were using what was there. So the trains, which is quite convenient in the upper part of the Danube. Then it changes a bit to buses in the middle and the lower parts. But the most interesting things were actually the links in between. That was quite tricky at some destinations. So really to find a way from the railway station, from the bus station to the hotel, to move around at the destination. That was the trickiest part of traveling the Danube with sustainable means of transport. But at the end, I have to say, we always succeeded. So we find in almost every place some mean of transport that can bring us to the destination that we want to see. And that's the very positive message that I would like to deliver here, that it is possible to travel the Danube, even individually, with sustainable means of transport. It might be a bit harder, you might need a bit more time, but you will discover a lot of things while searching, while trying to find out, because you have to engage. You have to engage with people, you have to talk to people, you have to really go into some sources like information systems, you have to figure out before and at the spot which options you have. But in many cases, you find a good opportunity to have a really great time and enjoy what the destinations along the Danube are offering.
So in a way, the detour is enriching the experience.
Definitely, yes. You will discover things that you didn't expect, that you might not wanted to discover, but at the end, it is a very important puzzle stone for this bigger picture of the Danube. So the Danube is not just what we might expect at the first run when we look at it. There are so many hidden places, there are so many hidden gems that we can discover when we're traveling sustainably. And I think I didn't mention cycling and cycle tourism. I think this is something that we did for certain sections. We were not able to do that the whole trip. But cycle tourism is something that developed very, very positively, also during COVID. So within countries, but also beyond, so cross-border. And I think cycle tourism, in addition to what is happening in the public transport sector, can be very beneficial for regions in terms of generating added value, income in rural areas especially. Cycle tourism is bringing tourists to destinations where they wouldn't have been going maybe before. You pass it by, you can stop, you can easily engage, you can experience also the food, the culture, everything there, and in a very easy way. And you do something for your health in addition. That's another very, very positive thing. And I'm very much hoping that this is remaining also from COVID. That people feel fun and like it to cycle, to experience their surroundings, but go beyond that too, so to go to the next destination and beyond, and do it all the time, and at the very end maybe get a complete picture of their region and the Danube region as such.
Mm. And in addition, the Danube has already a very strong brand for cycling, so on which activities and new offers can also build on. And in order that these ecosystems function, there is also a need for guides and for new type of guides. I'm looking at you, Sonja Kimes-Wenger. The project offered also training for guides. It was already on, so you just need to talk. Yes.
I just need to talk. Thank you.
And so I think you took part in this training, and also you maybe developed also your own offers. Could you share a little bit what were your new offers, your step forward, and also the learning you could do?
Thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me. I'm also really honored to be here. And yeah, it was a great experience for me to join the winter school, which was finally more a summer school. And I really met so nice colleagues there, and we spent absolutely lovely days there. Yeah, the question was what we did learn. So yeah, we learned first of all how to create a unique experience for our guests. So the thing is, if you offer old school tours with year dates and so on, and you walk the guests through a town without telling them actual things or whatever, or funny stories. So I think it's a very boring tour. Yeah? So, and I created the so-called culinary and food tours for Linz, and in the meantime we are also doing it in Salzburg and Vienna as well. And it works very well because so they get stories from us, so funny, nice stories. And we also are visiting nice food stations and typical Austrian traditional food, and not the food for tourists, the real Austrian food. And I think this is a great experience for our guests, also from abroad. Yeah? And yeah, so one of my teachers was Sebastian Frankenberger. He was an absolutely great teacher, and he taught us when I became a tour guide how to create these unique experiences, and we learned so many things from him, and I'm really thankful for that till today. Thank you very much, Sebastian. Yeah, this was one of the things, I think one of the most of the most important things we learned. Yeah? Another thing was how to build a Danube tourism network, and the importance of that. And I was really glad to see some of my colleagues here today, to meet them again, and it was like a little bit like coming home, and we hugged one another, and it was so nice to see the guys and girls here. And yeah, one of our teachers was Gabor. Who is he? Wonderful, yeah. He was a great teacher as well, so he taught us also very, very important things. Yeah, and yeah, we learned about trends in tourism, so individual groups, for example, and health issues are a big issue in the meantime. Before COVID, no one talked about health issues. In the meantime, it's absolutely great issue for the guests, how to stay healthy, is everything's okay now because the pandemic is still here, and yeah, so all about that stuff. Technology in tourism, so concepts for young tourists and elderly tourists, because young tourists have completely other needs maybe than elderly tourists. An elderly tourist is coming with us, and so we walk them through town and explain them everything. A young tourist maybe has his own cell phone, yeah, and likes to walk by himself or by herself through town and experience the town by themselves. Yeah? So maybe they don't need us. Absolutely sad for us. Maybe we are dying out. I don't know. And yeah, and finally, Danube attractions and stories as well. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, Sonja. And by the way, the pictures we have seen on the screen were from the training.
Oh my gosh, I forgot that. Yeah, yes. So obviously there are some pictures existing from our winter-summer school.
And it's great also that you could build up a network and hopefully continue to exchange. This is also one of the big advantages when you are in such a setting of an international project, and you learn together from and also with colleagues from other countries. And of course, it helps afterwards also to develop the new experiences. And I think there is a person here on the panel really being keen on experienced orientation. So, Sebastian Frankenberger, what would you say? What is a successful experienced tourism product?
I would ask two questions. Oh. The question why? Why are we doing something? Why I'm including methods in my tour for engagement? Always ask why I'm doing that, because then you're getting better. Then you find out what are the needs of the guests. What are you doing here? And the other question, the second more important one, is what's your message? What's the message of the city? What's the message of the museum, the point of interest? What is the real message I want to tell my guests? What should they think about? What should they talk when they're going home? Is there a bigger picture that we can talk about? Not it's just the history, the dates, the facts, like you said, yeah? Just start asking yourself questions, and then you're in the process of making a better experience.
Now, I think the most important thing is that the guests have a really good time. Because when they have a really good time with us guides, they will go home and tell them, wow, that was really a great experience. And when I'm doing, for example, a tour, and at the end of the day, so for example, a countryside tour to the Mills Quarter, and at the end of the day, the guests are hugging me and telling me, Sonja, that was the greatest day of the whole trip on the Danube. I know it's okay, yeah?
But for me, it's more. When we talk about, yes, we should stay with the guests. Important is that sometimes guides are getting guides because it's good for their ego, they get a lot of applause, and yeah, we all know these guides, and it's very easy to get good feedback. But for me, the question why is much more important. I'm with Mrs. Maslow, the mathematics, the pyramid. What is the most important thing in that? That is self-esteem. It's the top of all that. How to create an experience where we really get a wow effect, where I understand something, where I can not only fulfill my bucket list, where it's really a moment where I get an answer for one of those important questions.
Sebastian and Sonja, I see you are really passionate about your work, and it's a pleasure to see you engaging like that also on stage now, but we are still having one panelist who could not make his point, and this is Georg from Ulm, and I think you are also very passionate about the work you are doing in Ulm. Could you tell us a little bit more about it?
Oh, I see the picture here. Thank you, but I listen very excited to your questions to yourself. It is really important. I have to say that. Hello to all of you, oh, by the way. So you see here a picture. It's from a newspaper. It's about a new tour, and I had written the trading route tour, and I've done an experience in Ulm. And I thought about the experience, what can you feel, what can you see, and I thought trading is about goods and about currency, about money. And this was really important for me to feel it, how they trade in former times. And then I bought some old money, and it's not so expensive like what you think. So I fear from Ulm 500 million marks, 1923, and you can get it for €5. It's not so expensive, and then you get the model of an old Magirus fireworker car, and this is the good, and this is the currency, the money, and then in 1922. The value of that car was 22 million marks. So you can buy, I mean the real cars, not the big ones, yeah, not the small ones. Doesn't exist in that time. And you can afford 2 of them with one 500 million mark bill. And this is the experience in the story. And I have coins from 1,000-year-old, from the period of the Staufer emperors, and it's not so expensive to afford it, because when the coins are not that clear, not that original ones, so a little bit grabbed, a little bit filthy, and then you can afford it for a few euros. And it's like when you're a collector of stamps, if they are missing some teeth of the stamp, it's without a value. And it's the same with the coins for the collectors. But for us, it's better to have a coin with traces from the past. So you can see a little bit, okay, a lot of hands had already used that coins, and this is really interesting. And I love that. And the people also, we've done that tour several times, so you see me here and then. I have 2 bags, one bag with the good and the one bag with the money, and then you jump back in time in different places, and then you trade money with the goods from different epochs. So, and you can do the tour also without me or without other guides. We have also an app. The Future History app helps us. So there's an audio file. Then you can see pictures from that. You can have a riddle, a puzzle. You can have different multiple choice answers. And you have also the skip of the picture. You see Ulm today, so it's especially for Ulm. And you see Ulm 100 years before, and you skip it with the Future History app. You can see it here at our table. I have some tablets here. You can prove that. So it's really nice to stroll to the city, doing the walk, have the good, have the currency, and you see, you jump back in time. This is a nice experience. The feedback was quite good of that route.
Now we have seen already quite a lot of different examples and input and experiences from all kind of point of views. I would like to ask you if you have questions to the panel or if you want to make a comment to what we have discussed already. Yes, this morning the floor would be yours. If there is if you do not ask, I will ask you something, because here are so many guides and they want to do experiences. So how many guides do we have here in the room? Could you raise your hand? I would be interested. Okay, so a few. This is all of your network? It seems so, yes, it's great. Okay, then I thank you very much again for the attention to this panel. I think it was really insightful and interesting again. And I think they merit also a big applause. And thank you again. And we are continuing immediately with the next panel. So after the flow, we reach already the delta. So we move to different places. And I would like to invite now Christoph Mühleder to join me on stage. I see him here behind. So Christoph Mühleder is the owner of Weltanschauen. It's a tour operator creating conscious trips along also the Danube, but not only. Please take a seat. And I think you're a very passionate traveler for a very long time. Yes. I remember. That's perfect. Then we are having also Roland Kastner with us. Kastler, please join us also on stage. So you are the owner of Kastlerreisen. You are doing quite a lot of, of study tours, and but not only. I think you have a very broad background, also as philosopher and broad perspective on life on Earth. So we are looking forward also to your input. Then we are having Sonja Vukovic. Sonja? Here, please. Take a seat. Pannonia Tours Agency. So you are an expert on green travel products, also tour operator. And I think you are also engaged in a development agency in Croatia. Pleasure to have you with us. Then we are having Elisabeth Prechtel. So please join us on stage. Maybe close to Christoph Mühleder, so that we mix a little bit the different ladies and men on stage. You are journalist at Oberösterreichische Nachrichten, and you were one of these persons who made a kind of travel experience, I think. So we will hear about that later. And then I'm also very happy to welcome Naomi and Violin Adeline Vedinas. Maybe, yes, you can have the 2 seats here. And you are tourism bloggers, so one of these more famous people of the new generation and very digital natives, I think, but also travelers, and we will also hear about that. So it's a real pleasure to have you all with us. So we talk now about tour operators and travelers. So you have already seen from the presentation that we dig deeper now in what has been developed in the course of the Transdanube Travel Stories Project and how people really experienced it. So this is our next objective. So I sit again down in order to have a nicer communication situation with you all. And first I want to bring in you as the tour operators. So these are roughly the 3 persons encircled by the travelers, which I think gives it already a nice picture. So what was important for you while creating this new type of travel product? So what makes a green travel product? So who wants to start? Maybe Sonja Vukovic, to have ladies first. I give you my...
Thank you very much. Hello everyone, and thanks for having me here. First, I must say that I'm coming from a completely different background. So, an NGO, non-profit organization, development-oriented, and we are all in social economy. We can call it green economy now. And as Professor Steiner said, if Danube is our space, then we are talking about blue economy. So why we started this green tourism? Because we're working in the area at the border of, so it's Eastern Croatia, continental, not so much tourism. Danube is there, beautiful nature. Tourism is not so well developed. So we decided actually to help small tourism service providers from the community aspect, to help them to join together and to organize company, destination management company. And we realized that what we have there Drava River, Danube, we have some food tourism, we have very good cultural heritage in this area. So we thought that active tourism together, integrated with cultural tourism and food tourism would be a good venue, you know. We did a lot of research and we actually founded this travel agency as this destination management company. It's called Panona Tours, you have it online. We created a lot of nice materials, and then it was done through another project, EU project, INTERREG project with Serbia. And then when we were at the end of our project, we created many integrated tourism travel projects and products. Then we got approached by Danube Parks, saying, okay, we are doing the same thing, we have the same philosophy, and could you help us with creating new travel products of active tourism? And that's what we actually did. I personally strongly believe that we would have a better world if people would spend more time in nature, if we would interact with nature more, and be less in the concrete and with our cell phones. And for me, tourism is basically also what Professor Bodish said, first traveling to yourself. And if you're going to a city, it's not so possible to go to yourself because, again, you have so many information that you're getting. But if you go to the nature, if you interact with the nature, with local people, with something that is authentic, it gives you more opportunity to first travel to yourself, to know local community, and maybe in the future, if we think of local community development and connect with each other. If Danube is connecting us, maybe we are building the better world, you know. Maybe it's too ambitious, but I strongly believe that we can do it with green tourism products.
So you see a real potential in order to better connect and then the Danube again offers a perfect framework for this philosophy. This brings me already to the philosopher. What is your approach to build up a new travel world?
So, thank you. Yes, I mean, concerning our company, we have, there are 2 points, of course. First of all, we have our own bus fleet. Yeah? And buses and coaches, they have, under certain conditions, very low CO2 emissions, and which makes them one of the most, if not the most ecological mode of transport. So it was therefore an obvious choice for our company to establish and work out products which are concerned with buses and coaches. This did not sacrifice the quality of the tours, but actually perfectly meets our general opinion to travel and travel products, because according to our experience and what we think is that we can provide more detailed, more informative and more differentiated products to the guests. It is important for us, so we can offer, so to say, many intrinsically coherent products. Yeah? Because we are only dealing with small groups. We do not have to attract a high number of guests. And yes, so it is important for us to work out the general principles of the identity of the regions, the identity of the people, the cultural, the historical and cultural processes, and of course also the folk and the music tradition of the regions, and so on. So we can focus on all these themes. And why is this a green product? Because it enriches the consciousness and the consciousness of the collective consciousness, and this is the only way how we think we can transcend such non-cooperative ideas like nationalism. And therefore, perhaps it's only a small step, but it is a step concerning the consciousness that if we want all together work on ideas and cooperation concerning, for example, nature and environment, this is one way.
I think beside all the broader concepts which you are highlighted now, you mentioned also one word which made me thinking further. It's also the term of quantity. And you said we are having small numbers, but on the other hand, there is a need to cope with big numbers because a lot of people want to travel. But on the other hand, the Danube is a large area. So in that sense, things can be maybe solved if channeled to different places and not only to one place where these encounters can then happen and be experienced. This brings me to Christoph Mühleder, Weltanschauen, to have another view on what is our world and our way of doing things. What makes for you a sustainable tour operator?
A sustainable tour operator means for me we should make a contribution to a better world, as Sonia already said. This was really this triggered me 10 years ago to start with, to become a tour operator with my first small group tours in 2012. We should make a country, should not be part of the problem, we should be part of the solution. we have a climate, not a climate change, we have a climate emergency, and it needs radical changes. So for in our products, I really avoid to have flights. There are no flights in Europe. We go by train, if possible, or by bus, if you cannot reach a destination by train, like we did in our green travel product that we developed for this project. We went to Serbia, and unfortunately at the moment you cannot go by train to Serbia because they construct a new railway. Of course the Chinese do, not the Europeans, because we are not able to do this. Okay, but someone is doing it. And in 2025 you can go, hopefully again, by train to Belgrade from Vienna. So this is one aspect. This I want to make a contribution to the SDGs, to the Sustainable Development Goals, in the ecological way and also in the social field. So this is for me both perspectives are important. So no flights if possible, and if we fly then we compensate. But this is the exception. We try to find hotels and gastronomy which is local, which is slow food, which is organic. It's not always possible, but we try. We try to visit, to include social perspective, like visiting social projects, meeting persons is very important. To have encounters with persons who, in the country, in the region where we go, who want to, who are change makers, who want to change the society into a better direction in the social field and also in the ecological field. Or to meet the journalist, have a talk with a journalist like we did in Belgrade, and to get also this sometimes very critical view on the problems of a country, not only see the nice things. Of course we see the nice things. This is part of tourism, but you want to go a little bit deeper also. You want to see the whole picture of a country. That's what we try to do. Very important, slower, not faster. So slow travel, not travel 5 countries in 6 days or so, and tuck. You don't have time to be somewhere. It's very important to have time to also feel yourself a little bit, to move around freely, not only have the guided tour. The guided tour is very important to get the picture of a city, to get the knowledge, to also get some histories. But then you need time to explore also on your own, to find some nice coffee, to just look at the people, and this makes the trip longer. This is a problem because people tend to have not much time, but for traveling you need time. So, and you need to take the time. And nature, Sonja mentioned it already. Nature is a very important part of every trip, because nature makes something with you. It changes your attitude. It's also walking, hiking, even if it's only for 1 hour or for 2, just to be part of the nature for a while and to see it with different eyes. And of course, what also is important, I think, is to get proofs, to get certifications. So at the moment we are working on the travel life certificate, and I also really would like to have the Austrian Umweltzeichen, because then you also, it is proved that you do some, that you have a sustainable way of traveling and products.
And it's maybe also that these labels help the traveler also
of course,
to select and to find maybe offers more and more tourists are also looking for.
I experienced that more and more people are looking for sustainable products. Yeah.
So we have seen the experiences, backgrounds, and also reasoning of the tour operators. Now we go to the travelers, because as you know, the Transdanube Travel Stories Project has also developed concrete travel products, and they could be then used by test travelers, I would say. And we are having 3 of them with us. Maybe to start with Ms. Brechtel. I think you made a trip. Maybe you can share your experience, and maybe really from the beginning, how did you learn about it? How did it work out? And what was your main experience?
Hello to everyone. I'm the test traveler. And as Christoph already said, in May, we went to Serbia and to Croatia, to regions called Vojvodina and Slavonia. And I was very much interested because the regions are so different. We saw interesting big cities like Belgrade and Novi Sad. Novi Sad is one of the capitals of culture of Europe in 2022. And in 2022, and Belgrade is, for example, a very big city. You have these old buildings, for example, there. For example, the Kalemegdan Castle. You have these new buildings there, Belgrade waterfront, for example. You have not only the Danube in Belgrade, you have another big river called the River Save. Then we went to Novi Sad, which is a quite small city, fine, easily manageable. You can explore it on foot very easily. The Danube has been put into a very interesting historical context, for example, in Novi Sad. So we learned that in the Danube, in Novi Sad, there are more bridges, old bridges destroyed, lying in the water, namely 8. And there are only 3 active bridges in Novi Sad, for example, today. It's only 3. And the reason for this is the NATO bombing in 1999 in the Yugoslavian war. And I haven't known this before, so I learned it. And I'm a person who is very much interested in history. And I would recommend this trip to every person who is interested in history, in architecture, in culture, in nature, because we saw things. We saw a nature park called Kopatski Rit. We traveled by a boat. We saw so much animals and different birds. As Christoph said, just 1 hour in nature, it brings you so much. And yes, we learned so much about history, the Habsburg monarchy, but also the Romans, the Ottomans, Tito, the Yugoslavian war, guided by experienced and very good tour guides. So it was really, really a great experience.
So you were deep diving into Southeastern Europe, backgrounds, history and nature, and we've seen also some pictures of your trip on the screen, so also nice gatherings in the garden and eating all together outside, and yes, of course, historic buildings, also organic farm, yeah, churches, lots of impressions. Thank you very much. I turn now closer to me, to Naomi and Violin Adeline Udinas. You were also traveling, and you were also doing this kind of travel challenge for the project. And I think you brought also a video, am I right? Or maybe we first have a quick look, so yes. Then people know already how it looked like.
Hi, I'm Naomi.
And I am Violin.
And for the Danube Travel Stories, we have traveled on Trail 3, entitled On the Footsteps of the Romans.
found already the invitation at the end of the video. So why people should travel what you have experienced?
Well, we have a lot of experience, a lot of picture, over 50 gigabyte of picture, but not only that. We visit a lot of places, 4 country, and we enjoy to visit a museum, to have a guided trip, and yeah, it's a very beautiful area, the Danube region.
And I can also add that what this trip taught us was that we can enjoy traveling without harming the planet. And that's the most important lesson for us, and what we wanted to promote further is that we can use sustainable means of transportation and enjoy even more traveling than before. And this is also a core value that we share, because we are known as Unbound Travelers. That's our platform where we promote this traveling. And this means being free while traveling, not stepping aside from the customs, traditional traveling, go to meet local people, local experiences, and also sustainable means of transportation. And that's an important point.
Which means of transportation did you use during the trip? Do you still have in mind all the different steps, or some of them at least?
Yes, sure. We started by using electrical bicycles, and if I can say, this was one of the most enjoyable parts of our trip, the cycling tour from Scherding to Schlögen. That was amazing for us. It was the first time when we discovered that area. And it was nice because while riding the bike, you can hear the birds singing. You can see the river Inn flowing. Yeah, you can also enjoy seeing all the Middle-Age castles that are on the shores of the river. And you cannot do this by car, definitely.
And in addition, with an electric bike, it's even more convenient.
Yeah, we rode, I guess, 40 kilometers that day with an electrical bike, and we couldn't do that with a normal one, of course.
And what was maybe the most exotic means of transport you have used? Did you have some very special experiences?
Exotic.
Historic boats or whatever.
Yes, we had a boat trip. That was a 1 hour boat trip from Passau to Schlögen. And that was a nice experience. That was on the Danube. And we could enjoy local food there on the boat. There was also an audio guide. While being on the boat, we could hear the history of the area, and we enjoyed that very much.
I would like to bring back again the tour operators to our discussion, because of course this is a new type of travel offer, or yes, it exists for a certain while, but still it's a minority, something which is not mainstream so far. So probably it's also in some aspects challenging to generate these travel products, these new sustainable products, but maybe there are also elements which makes it especially rewarding. So in that sense, maybe if you could still reflect on challenges, but also what you get while you are engaging for such types of products. Christoph Mühleder, do you want to start?
No? Oh, okay, now. The challenge is, for me, one challenge is to reduce the program, really to this, what in German you say, weniger ist mehr, less is more, yeah. Because if you go somewhere, you have so many things to see and to do, but you have to reduce it. You cannot see everything, because then you really, then it's too fast. and people have not time to get deeper into the details, and I think this is what for me always is a challenge, to have only take some parts or some places, and not to think, or if I go there, then I have to see everything because it's quite far. And this is one thing. The other thing is the time I mentioned already. So if you go by train or bus to Bulgaria or Macedonia, then you need 2 days to be there and 2 days back. So it's already 4 days. So that means if you want to spend some time there, then you have a trip of 12, 13, 14 days, 2 weeks. And okay, that's a good trip, but it's for some people it's not feasible. But we have to come. I think it's important that we come back to longer trips, not 10 small trips a year with 2 or 3 days. You jet to London and go shopping and some sightseeing, and you fly back. But to have maybe 2 longer trips a year, or only 1. If you fly far away to Africa or so, then you should stay there like 3 weeks, also to compensate the flight, the production of carbon oxide. And one disadvantage I still feel is, or one challenge I still feel, or it's not feel, it is reality. We have still unjust taxing system. So if you fly, kerosene is not taxed, still not. If we go in our tax system, the margin tax, if you go to a third country and you fly, you don't have to pay it. If I go by train or bus to a third country outside EU, everything what is in between, so the countries I cross, Germany, Belgium, if I go to England, I have to pay the tax. If I fly, I don't have to. Or if I go by ship, they are exempted. So this is still unequal, in the wrong way, I would say. I would think it should be other way around. And one positive thing I forgot to mention before, because I think this is really important. You need to, in a green travel product, it's not about suffering. If you go by train, for example, it's not about. It's not worse than flying. It's much better than flying. It's much more. You can enjoy the time. You can use the time. It's slower, and this is fun and not suffering. And more people see this. And we are like bringing this into the minds of the people.
Roland Kastler, we have already heard now about some of the challenges, and they are probably quite common for all of you. But what is especially rewarding when doing this kind of new travel product? So, for example, do you have another kind of interaction with your guests and with the tourists when doing these kind of products?
Yes, of course, of course. You have, it depends on the tour, which tour you have worked out, and what you are focusing on. But of course, one of the advantages is that you get known a problem. For example, if you have a political study tour to the southeastern area, then you get known to all the problems, and then you try with the group to create a solution or game theoretical settings. This is, of course, one advantage. When we worked out these tours, so to say, we had the challenges, for example, that some regions are not so infrastructurally highly developed, and but you should have a uniform level. Yeah? for concerning the hotels or the daily programs with the highlights, and some tours which are really lasting long. For example, the one with Zeitreisen over 30 days. Then you should have. They shouldn't be disappointed at some days. So this uniform level was a challenge, and what was at that point really new for us, and what I appreciated really much was that we detected these interesting nature parks at the Danube. I didn't have that so in my mind, and this was yes, I'm very fond of them, and that the Danube is so different, also concerning the nature at some points, and you have these nature parks in Hungary and Bulgaria, and yes, this was one of the advantages for our companies, that we get more into this. Yeah. Not we are only always doing the cultural and the music historical side, and the political and philosophical side, but we didn't have that focus on the nature, and here the Danube is really tremendously interesting. And another challenge for us, well, not in the development of the product, but is the selling point. Yeah. So we have this competition scenery with the ships, and we have to convince the people that taking a trip along the Danube, which includes the whole surrounding of the Danube, is even more attractive than to be just on the ship, because they always think they are closer to the Danube when they are on the ship. Yeah? But we have to convince them that from another perspective, from another point of view, which includes the whole area, the surrounding, the high points. Yeah? That this is more attractive, or to convince them that if they have already made a tour on the ship, that a second different perspective or point of view would be a good choice. Yeah. So, but if you want to what have we learned, or what have been the advantages of our company? Of course, to get more into the detailed knowledge, but especially that the Danube is so different. Yeah.
So also this diversity and richness of the river was not something you had in your mind to that extent. So it came really with the project that you've seen, for example, also these opportunities related to the nature parks, and also bring by that another dimension of sustainability to the products, because also linking to the nature is again reconnecting people with their environment, and in that sense also better understanding what are the challenges ahead of us. And from the Croatian point of view, what would you say, Sonja Vukovic? So having heard your colleagues, are your challenges and your lessons learned similar?
Very similar, so I will not repeat all these challenges. We have all of them, and also some others. But I'm glad that you mentioned nature parks, because there were really good experiences with nature parks. We had workshops with 4 nature parks, and I didn't expect so much openness, creativity from these people who are basically nature protectors. But they are also willing to open their doors and to show the best parts, you know, where the visitors could come in a different way and experience nature in a different way. So we are really excited continuing working actually with them. And for me, the biggest reward is having this new generation. When I see this beautiful smile, you know, from someone who was enjoying in nature, I'm coming from the last century. But I think that we should all, you know, create products, you know, for the new people, new generation, and just set up new standards. For me, it's really rewarding to be part of this creation process, because people in local communities with different clubs and artists, if you involve them and let them be the part of the story, they're very happy and want to be the part of it. Adding some new elements, which then could have the selling point. But maybe biggest problem for us at this point is sustainability of the agency itself. Because we are the product of a project which has finished, and now we are looking for partners to make it more sustainable. So I believe that many agencies like Panona Tours or the products that you created within these projects, that we should more be working together. Talking about different ownership models, partnership models, and really going on that Danube space, you know, working on that Danube space and trying to use all our resources, you know, because we have same philosophy, same ideas. We just have to come together and see what we can do together, you know, to make it even better. So that's why I'm really happy to be part of this project. Thank you.
So we should not have a final conference, we rather should have a starting conference in order to reflect also on how to continue and how to build on what has been created. And in that sense, I'm looking again to the travelers because you probably want to travel again. What would be, for example, a trip you would like to add on? Probably you have seen also the other trips which were developed in the framework of the project. So maybe you could share some of your ideas, because this could help also the tour operators to continue with their next offers. Can I start with you two?
Yeah, of course. There were 6 trails, when we applied for this project, and it was very hard to choose one of them because they were all very interesting. And we were on the historical tour. We are passionate about history, and we enjoyed it to the fullest, I can say. But also in line with what was previously said, we would like to dig deeper into the natural heritage of this area. During our trip, we visited a lot of beautiful cities, historical sites, Roman fortresses that were amazing. But we would like to visit more natural parks, to go hiking, to do probably, I don't know, kayak, canoe, something like that on the Danube.
To continue with the boat?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so there are many things to do, and I have the feeling that we have just scratched the surface of what it's about.
And when we visit ENS, for example, when we visit a museum, we enjoy this visit because not only usually museum visit, a more part of the museum is interactive, and this help us to understand very well, for example, Roman food, Roman dress, and another about historical time.
Also what we have heard from the guides, more interaction, more objects, more things you can touch and exchange, and in that sense also have a completely different experience. I want also to know your ideas, Ms. Brechtel, related to future trips.
I think the methods of traveling are a thing. So as Christoph said, we went there by bus, because at the moment it is not possible to travel to the Balkan region, to Serbia, for example, by train, because the railway line is under construction at the moment. But in a few years it will be possible, and I think this is an idea. This would be great, night line, train, for example, to take a few days to go there. For example, I have never been to Romania, for example, to go there, see all the nature, talk to people, interactive things, as you said, dress, things like that. I think in this region there are so many possibilities, and to travel in different ways there could be, yes.
So it seems that the whole Danube area is a huge source of content, inspiration, and potential discoveries. And this brings me to the very last question to our tour operators. So based on what you have developed and tested now also in the Transdanube Travel Stories, maybe you want already to share some of your new offers, or maybe you are having programs just starting very soon related to the philosophy and the content of this conference. Christoph Mühleder, you want to start?
Of course. No. Okay. Now it's working. Okay. Yes, of course I have, because actually, this is also one of my favorite regions in Europe, the Danube region or Southeast Europe, countries like the Balkans, on the Balkans, and in Romania, Bulgaria. So I have the two trips to Romania that are already, one is already online, the other is still in my brain, but soon online. A winter trip to the Carpathian Mountains near Brasov, Kronstadt, by train, of course. I just came back this night by train from Brasov, Kronstadt. I came directly here. It's a really very nice train trip. You spend 17 hours in the night train. It's really slow and comfortable. And then we spend 5 days in the nature, going with snowshoes in the winterly mountains, but not extreme tours, very feasible for everybody who has a basic condition. And we see some of the beautiful countries of cities of Transylvania, like Brasov, Sibiu, Sighișoara. This is the one trip, and the other trip is going to the the capital of culture, European capital of culture 23, Timișoara, in combination with a visit at the Danube, at the Iron Gate in Romania, Esenica, and then going up to Transylvania, to Alba Iulia and Sibiu, and seeing there a little bit the old towns and the landscape, and also do some hiking.
A deep diving into Romania and all its dimensions.
More than welcomed to our homeland.
I like it very much.
It's a beautiful country, but also Croatia is a beautiful country. Sonja Vukovic, what are your plans? What are your next steps?
We have many plans and we have many products that we created. So again, please go to Panona Tours. If you like any of it, you will be really welcome. But I wanted to mention one maybe here where we are linking nature and artists. These are land art festivals, and we want actually to create at certain areas near the nature park Papuk. We wanted to create area where artists could come there and live for some period, and create some installation, within the nature. And then together, we link it with the program with the nature park Papuk, going to nature park Kopački Rit. And if people want to continue, we have nature parks, in Serbia and in Hungary. And we are also linking it with the wine. So I don't know if you have anything against, the good food and wine, but we always think that it has to go together. We tested this wine tour, walking, cycling, walking, as you said, going by canoes, and also having some wine experience. Very versatile.
So Sonja, you had an additional argument for for your offers. And last one, Roland Kastler, please.
Yeah, we have also many products, and we are working on many products. One is also to Romania and the cultural city, Timișoara, a 9-day tour. With a focus on the former Austrian regions, also Siebenbürgen and Banat. And then I have the 30 days, more than 30 days, Danube tour, together with Zeitreisen. And then we have the whole distance, which is more than 4,000 kilometers, divided into 3 parts. So there are also 3 products concerning parts of them. And I have this wonderful nature tour, with the nature parks. Also a 9 days tour. Yeah.
So it entered already your program.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much for all your contributions, insights, and sharing pictures and videos. And I think they merit also applause. So we are approaching another important element. This is the lunch break. Very, very soon I will invite you to go to the restaurant. But before I have technical information, please, all those having been on the panels this morning should stay still here close to the stage for a moment, because the organizers would like to take a group picture. So, now, we are ready for lunch. This means, as you have seen from the whole program, everything is linked to the Danube, to Danube project, to the Transdanube Travel Stories Project, but there is also representatives of another project present here, and this is the Danube Parks project, and they did also something very interesting. They developed a cookbook, and maybe we have one somewhere here in the output fair. So, and if I understood right, our lunch was inspired by this cookbook. So I would, by this means, invite you to enjoy not only the lunch, but also to have a look at the cookbook and also enjoy all dimensions of the Danube again. We meet here again at 1:30 for a final panel where we have more strategic outlook again, also how to capitalize on the different results and outputs of the project. But first, take your time, enjoy, chat, and benefit of the Danube. Thank you. Oh yes, lunch is just over there. So you cross the door and you can also use the tables here.
The last panel?
Can I? Hallo?
Ach so, what? Hallo? Hallo? Geht nicht. Was muss ich tun? 1, 2.
Hallo?
Ist das?
Hallo?
Test.
Moment. Hallo?
Jetzt habe ich einmal das Ding und dann geht's nicht.
start in a minute. So those are still considering some food, maybe to postpone it for a little bit later. Yes, it's a big pleasure to have you back now after, I hope, a very good Danube lunch and a lot of exchange and discussion. So after the sources, the flow and the delta, we are now at the sea. And this makes us already traveling in our minds. So we can imagine to sit at the seaside after a good lunch and good regional food and think about the future. We are having here now project responsibles, people with institutional background, all kind of people thinking far and broad, and with a lot of energy on the future and on future frameworks. And we will discuss about the future perspectives. So what remains? What will we take further? How do we take it further? Also, like Georg Steiner mentioned it already at the very beginning today, how to capitalize on the project, how to use what have been developed, not only in the concrete context, but also then in a wider perspective for tourism and sustainability in the Danube area. I have a very nice panel with me. So in the middle, I see Petra Riffert, Director of Danube Upper Austria and Danube Austria. Then close to her, Simone Burster from the Danube Office Ulm in Germany. And then after the ladies, I start with the man close to me, Robert Thaler from the Ministry of Climate Protection, Environment, and a very, very long name. But I think what is important for this project is also so you coordinated the PEP project, I think, Transport, Health, Environment, Pan-European Program. So this links also to this program. Then you have to help me. So where do I see Tibor Polgar? Here, okay, West Pannonian Regional Economic Development Limited Company from Hungary. Then Daniel Ulčar from the Institute for Culture, Tourism, Sport in Murska Sobotka in Slovenia. And I think this must be Matej, yes, Matej Marušić, Danube Parks, Danube River Network of Protected Areas, and you are based in Austria and in Croatia, exactly. Perfect. I'm looking forward to our exchange. We are a big round, so we will have to have very concrete questions in order to go ahead with future perspectives. Did I forget someone? Yes. Yes. Please. I
start with D.
With D. Danko. Yes. Danko Kosic, Danube Competence Center, Belgrade, Serbia. Sorry. It was a long day with a lot of people. I finally made a mistake. I apologize. Okay, so but then we go to the questions, and first we go to Petra Riffert. So, what is your vision? So you were involved in the Transdanube Travel Stories. What is the next step? How could these projects and the results be brought forward? What general lessons learned also for the activities you are having in your normal life when you are not just doing a project?
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me to be in this panel. My vision and my wish for this project is that all the efforts all the partners did in this project and which leaded in our website, the Danube Pearls website, so everybody can read and see what we have done in this project. We collected the mobility information, we worked on travel itineraries, and we collected content. Thank you once again to both of you. We collected a lot of content during the Danube challenges in summertime. And yeah, for me, the big wish is that all the efforts we did, that this will lead to a success for the whole Danube region, from the source to the delta, that a lot of people come and stay there and visit this region, and that they will travel sustainably, of course. And for that, there is today a starting point. There is a lot to do in the future that many people can see, or that the content will be visible to a lot of people. And there are three things we should focus on. The first one, in my opinion, is that we should continue our work together with the partners in this project. So we have the Danube Pearls Network, and it is really important that we stay in contact, that we work together, although we have no project anymore, but it is very important to stay and to work together. And we should also include all the products which are developed during the last years from our travel agencies and tour operators. We heard a lot today that they work on travel products, and we should, for example, put them on our website, that people know that there are travel products which they can book. And this is a lot to do on destination level and on trail level, but we also have to convince all our national tourism organizations from Germany until Romania that this is not only this is not only an effort from our side that we can do, we also need the help from these national tourism organizations. For example, Georg and me, we are the Danube enthusiasts, as he called us this morning. We will have a meeting with our national tourism organization in December. Maybe we can convince them that they will be the interface to all the other national tourism organizations along the Danube, that we have the support from them, and it is very easy to do the communication for this project. For example, Nina told me before our meeting today that we had a big success with less money for this project during the last months, because we invested only 7,000 euros in social media activities, and we had a reach from 1.5 million persons who interacted with our ads and so on, and we had impressions for 4 million. So it is not only the thinking for money, it is also the way that we have to work on that further on. And the last thing is, in my opinion, that we should convince also the European Union that future fundings should also focus on marketing activities, because this is missing at the moment. We only can, we only have programs for product development or studies or something like that, but we also need it for marketing. And we also need a lead for the project. And Agnes, thank you once again that you did it 3 times during the last 10 years. But now we are at the point that, no one has the lead, and therefore, we are not, we have not the resources, neither personal nor financial, to make another project in this way. That's my vision and my wish.
So a whole list of different approaches, more strategic ones, but also very practical ones, and also concrete next steps which are on the table. Maybe it's also a good occasion to mention that the project website is already very rich, and all this information is available, including also an ebook for the travel experiences. So in that sense, it's already, I think, a valuable source which can be further promoted and used from many, many sides. And also from those, of course, who want to further develop green and sustainable travel. And this brings me already to Daniel Ulchar. So what do you think, what is really important to further enhance this green approach to travel?
Yeah, when we speak about the green travel, about sustainable travel, people usually think about the narrow meaning of this green travel. So it's about the sustainability, sustainable mobility, about how to reduce the carbon footprint, how to use the public transport, how to use the mobility, sustainable mobility measures. But I believe we have to speak about the holistic and comprehensive meaning of the green travel in terms of operations, in terms of waste management, in terms of energy consumption, in terms of air pollution, in terms of short supply chains. Then we have the promotion of the green mobility and the green initiatives and so on. In this sense, it's extremely important to go in this direction. And what is as well important, that also not only destination think about, but all the actors which are involved in the destinations. So all the service providers, the restaurants, the travel agencies, the attractions, managers of nature parks, and so on. So all of these should take care about this green approach. So in terms of this narrow approach, in our project, we did a comprehensive analysis in the form of storms, for instance, and the results were not really surprising. So we heard from Alexandra in the morning that in Austria and Germany, the situation in sustainable mobility in the public transit is almost perfect, so it can still improve a bit. But when we go further to south and to the east, the situation is a bit different. So, but also we are improving. There are still, in the storms we saw, that there are even some gray spots when you don't have the public transport from one destination to another. So it's still place to improve. So otherwise we did the time travel maps, the mobility management trainings, and so on. And in this second aspect, the wider sense, we did the green travel products, the tools, the experiences, and so on. Here as well, the situation is again better in the west part of the Danube area, but also I believe we are improving in the south and the east, and because here are quite some policy makers, some policy level from different levels of the policy making segment. So maybe I can mention a good practice from Slovenia. It's a green scheme of Slovene tourism, and it's practically dealing with all the aspects of making Slovenia green. And it's an internationally award-winning scheme, basically to make Slovenian tourism 100% green. On one side, it's a tool for making the tourism more sustainable, and on the other side, certification program. It offers tools to the destination and to the service providers to evaluate their operation and to make their operation even more sustainable. And on the other side, it's a promotion tool as a green under the Slovenia Green Destination brand. So, further, I can say, my colleague Natalia sits here, and she was in charge of this process when we have been entering to the green scheme of Slovene tourism, and succeeded after a year and a half. It was not an easy process, but it works. It proves that it works in Slovenia at least.
Mm. So there are a lot of concrete anchor points also to build on existing good practices, and also what you have said concerning this kind of different situation in the western part and in the more southeastern part. I think we've heard also very interesting approaches already this morning, so it must not always be hard infrastructure, that also cycling, or also already a change of attitude. So in that sense of understanding, yes, it's slowly do not move so fast. You do move with other means. Maybe you gain something else. I think we've heard quite a lot of these elements too this morning. So it's maybe also a question of perceptions of what is missing and what is not missing, and what could be maybe a benefit for both areas. This brings me to Maciej Marušić. What do you think, what was the most interesting parts in the project for you, and what would you build further action on?
Well, first of all, let me greet all of our guests, and especially a huge Danube Parks delegation. Thank you for coming. And regarding your question, well, you can see that this consortium is pretty colorful. We have representatives of cultural roots, other Danube-wide networks, and Danube Parks is actually representative of this nature protection sector. And with this project, actually, we were reminded that tourism in protected area is really specific. So basically, this sector of tourism is putting some pressure to nature protection. And sometimes it's hard to find a balance. However, we found some common language and solutions that we knew already, but now we were just reminded. One of those solutions is that we actually need to focus more on education of visitors. This is really important for us. This is maybe the primary goal of visiting protected areas. And when you're talking about this topic, sometimes it happens that tourists are coming with maybe some wrong expectations. They think that they are coming, they will for sure see a lot of amazing sights, but they expect that they are coming in zoo or something like that. They will see thousands of birds. But it's not like that, always, right? So you will receive guests, and then you have expert guides who are really there for many years, and they will show you where to look, what to smell, what to sense, and by that way, you will understand the nature more, and when you understand it, you will appreciate it more. And when you appreciate it, then you need why is it worth of protection. So this is really one circle, and other thing that we will bring from this project is that we found out that mixture of these offers related to cultural and nature heritage is really working fine from the market, from this side, but also from our experts in protected areas. If you were in the city and then you are coming to the protected areas, it's totally, you have this contrast. It's really amazing, it works well. So this is something that we will build upon our activities in this field.
Thank you very much. And we start to see appearing a kind of ecosystem, isn't it? So we talked about the broader frameworks, the structures which need to be in place, then also the related sustainability questions and how to tackle them. And I think you raised also a very important point, visitors' education. So in that sense, it's also the responsible traveler, the person who is coming, how to behave, how to interact, what to expect, how to move around, etc. So the whole system is important in order that this change can happen. This brings me to Danko Kosic and also to know a little bit more how could we further disseminate all what has been accumulated? We have a lot of know-how, a lot of outputs, a lot of products. Do you have related ideas?
When I was thinking of the ways and tools and channels for dissemination of our results, it came to my mind that actually within our project we created a number of platforms which are not only serving the project implementation but are also dissemination platforms. Stories are, in my view, dissemination platforms. Green travel products. We also had the guides, the network of guides that we somehow assembled through us. We also, within our project, we also created what we called product clubs. I think 16 altogether along the Danube, which are pretty much local tourism clusters, or to be more precise, a coalition of local service providers who participated and provided the infrastructure, so to speak, for the green travel products. But they are also a good way, in my understanding, for local community involvement, not only in development, but also to have a greater voice in product development, which again goes to the issue of wider understanding of sustainability, where the local communities are not only the hosts, but are also the actors, important actors in that process. We also created a number of digital products, website and social media campaign is one. We also created the VR virtual tour along the Danube, which you can find in the corner. Some of you already traveled there, and also some others. But what I think is probably the greater platform for the dissemination of the product results, and Agnes was saying this in the beginning, this conference somehow creates a 10th anniversary of Transdanube. And I think I can say that this created a network of friends and colleagues, which stays beyond and wider, as Petra was saying, beyond the actual project. And I think this is probably the greater platform for the dissemination of our project.
I think this networking approach you just mentioned at the very end, I think we can be very proud to have these kind of opportunities in the European context, because there is no other continent on the world having such a elaborated process and program and context for networking, building up networking, looking for solutions together. And you have experienced that also in these 10 years of follow-up projects in order to really grow together and come up with a great wealth of new products and new opportunities for the whole travel sector. But there is also the other side, and this is my question for Simone Burster: how to convince people to use these travel options, these sustainable travel options, more often, or as a general rule?
Yeah, maybe first of all, I think there is a shift in general that people tend to think about when they travel. They want to do it in a more sustainable, in a more slower way, like slow tourism has grown in the last couple of years. And I think one important issue for people who haven't thought about using sustainable mobility is to, first of all, inform them, because sometimes it's hard to find that information. Even it's possible to travel with sustainable means of transport, it might be harder to find that information in the internet or in brochures or whatever. So what we focused on in the project was to update information, to improve that information, to make information on sustainable means of transport visible. And by informing, this is one part, and I think another important part is like giving inspiration, because sometimes people just don't have that in their mind, that it would be possible to travel in a sustainable way, and also like find destinations which they haven't thought about. So what we also developed within the project was like travel time maps, just to give inspiration, to show people like destinations on those trails, combined with our stories we developed, to show them that it's maybe faster even to go with the bus or the train to that destination, and that it's possible, and even that without changing trains. And I think this is really important to give inspiration, and I think in this room here a lot of ambassadors for sustainable traveling, and I think we should, like each of us should encourage that and tell people from the experience so that it's possible, and that it's easy, and that it's that you also can use your time in a much more in a better way, so you have that time while traveling, doing other things. And I think this is also very important, to give inspiration and information on sustainable traveling and on sustainable mobility, and I think then we can encourage more people to use it.
So there is then a better understanding in general that this is feasible, because often people just think, oh, this is too complicated, but you provide then information and they understand, okay, this is even the shorter, maybe even the cheaper means of going to another place and to have a great experience. Yeah. So we have seen somehow, yes, the offer and the demand side, the steps which this project could contribute from the Transdanube Travel Stories side. But we have a person here, I think, involved in quite a lot of projects, having a very good overview of ongoing related initiatives, or yes, the family of projects in similar topics. What would you say? What could be Tibor Polgar future kind of cooperation opportunities to build on this broader pool of knowledge which is available for the Danube area?
Yes, thank you. Hello for everybody. And I really like the title of this panel, The Sea, which is an open space, but you need a lookout tower on your ship and you need a compass. And I think one of the, maybe the most important result of this project was to create some kind of a compass with these stories. And the whole Danube INTERREG program, with all the benefits and results, didn't create much of these compasses yet. Maybe because we were trying to explain the Danube area for tourists, we created with these stories for ourselves some kind of a overall narrative that reaches far beyond tourism, I think. So if I think about our cross-border projects here and there, now along these stories, we could already fit a lot of different things, other projects' outputs into these stories. Like we came into the project with the St. Martin cultural route. We added cycling from Transdanube Purse, the sustainable mobility idea, and we added spirituality, and we could extend actually the scope, the spiritual scope, from St. Martin to Jewish heritage, to landscapes, to the bridge Andau, which is about refuge and the spiritual status of refugees. And this is already much, much stronger, and this is because Trail 6 is about Danube for the soul. And if we add to that being European or being an accession country or associated member, so it's very much about cooperation, which is like an open space of possibilities, what you can do. But if there is no compass in that, if there are no visions in this cooperation, it's just not effective, and mostly it's not happening at all. And the time is running, world is being more and more complex. And if you cannot provide, if we are working in regional development, so we work together with local cities, NGOs, regions. And it's more and more common vision is missing. Where are we? What have we? What could we put together to make progress, cohesion? And I think I'm really happy that we could be part of that, and we could add maybe here and there some things. But this work to put together the stories and start using them was really inspiring, and I cannot think of any topic that it wouldn't be relevant, basically, in the whole Danube cooperation.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. And this brings us, I think, back to something we started this morning. It's the source or the sources. And in a way, I think what I have heard from you all with this development of very strong narratives, of new stories, of different layers, of a broad view on a Danube space, this could also bring perspectives not only to regional development, but in general also to broader policy development. So to add new layers also. And this brings me to Robert Thaler about European, or yes, Danube area visions also. We have a cooperation space for a long time, also with a related strategy, with different activities taking place for a long time. How do you see the related future? How could this project best benefit the future development also of policies for the Danube area?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. I'm a victim of the high demand for sustainable traveling because the night train was overbooked, so I had no chance to get a bed in a sleeping car, so I took the whole way from Bonn here with a normal train. And I have to say that train traveling is a real fantastic. I enjoyed it very much, even it was delayed, but anyway, I'm here. Thank you for inviting me. I think what is very important, and that's what I'm very proud of, is that you are sitting here and you are sitting there. And we have started from an idea 10 years ago to initiate concrete projects which brings all our strategic thinking to the ground of the earth. And to those which are important for implementing all these nice and ambitious objectives we have. So the sustainable future will not happen just by fun or in case or by coincidence. It needs, especially in the regions, in the cities, and the Danube is a fantastic example because it's a long common history in this region. It needs these projects to invent this. We thought it must be intersectoral. Normally you have transport people, you have tourism people, you have environment people. They talk their own language. They don't care what the others do. And we thought, get out of these silos. That's, I think, the most important measures. Get out of your silos, talk to each other, and create joint projects, because this brings your ideas into practice. And when we started with Transdanube, and then Transdanube Pearls, and now we have the travel stories, and I'm very grateful on these. You mentioned this is the soul. So we have to put the soul, you need a heart, but you need also a soul. And if you want to achieve all our objectives, we need both. We need heart, we need the soul, but we need also the arms, not only digital. We have to do something, practice. And this is, I think, absolutely important when we talk about our future. And the Danube and the project here can be a role model for other regions in Europe, because it's natural that if you live on one river, that you are combined, because it's the same water coming from Germany, running through. It's like your life. You start, you were born somewhere, and then you end up in the sea, in the universe, so to say. So it has the whole life in it, and this brings also this emotional issue, which is absolutely important, because our future in mobility is not just a technological issue. Yes, we can have the hydrogen and electric vehicles and all this nice stuff and digitalization, or everything automatic, but without emotion, you cannot win the hearts and the souls of the people. But for a change, you need, this is, I think, a very important message. It's like a coin. You have two sides. You have on the one side more, that's the technology, very clear, infrastructure, you know. But you have the other side shows something ahead, or a landscape, or something blurred, some flowers, and that's our behavior, that are we, because we have, all the solutions need both. It needs the technology, but it needs also our behavioral change. And this is even we are very proud in the Transport, Health, Environment Pan-European program that this program, which focuses on partnerships, was able to motivate all the partners here to work together. And that's, we are really thankful for that, and we hope that this could be a role model also for other river areas. We have not only the Danube in Europe, we have a lot of rivers, a lot of regions, and it was also possible to get a lot of EU funding, because normally the regions complain, we have good ideas, but we have no money, we are poor, what shall we do? And I always say, no, look, the money is always there. You need first the will. If you have a will, then you will find some sources and some money. And this, I think, was here, I think, a very good combination. The will to do, to cooperate, and then also the strong support from our side, from the national level or from the pan-European level, because you need both sides. What I wish for the future is that this still existing gap between very innovative regions and national levels or European levels should be closed, because we have still this gap. And one of our ideas was, it's, I think, most convincing also to politicians and stakeholders when you have good results, because what you are doing here is maybe the trendsetter, the mainstream for all regions in the future, and we will have no problem with sustainable mobility or sustainable tourism. And last word, when 46 ministers last year in Vienna signed the Vienna Declaration on building forward better, transforming to a new, clean, safe, healthy and inclusive mobility and transport system in Europe, Transdanube was one of the, let's say, showcases. We have other projects too, but Transdanube was one of the showcases that the ministers decided also it should be possible to establish, and this was then really decided. So the ministers established a partnership on sustainable tourism mobility. That means all the experience which we gather now should be brought together and put it on a wider scale available for all European regions to have, starting from the role model to a mainstreaming of these ideas, because that would be the idea, learning from this and then mainstreaming it to the whole region. So we look forward, of course, that the project partners will cooperate in the future and would also be some kind of ambassadors for these ideas together and convincing your national governments, for example, to be very active also in this new partnership on sustainable tourism mobility, because this offers, to put it on a higher level, this experience which is very rich and very valuable for this sustainable future which we need in Europe.
I think it's very important to see all these points, and I think also very valuable for the project to have this excellent feedback at the final conference. I think you must enjoy the moment. And also, exactly. And in addition, maybe it could be also an objective for European policymakers, but also for national policymakers to provide more enhanced frameworks for capitalization and mainstreaming activities, so that these projects will have also a framework in order to go ahead. I think this could be also really important. And I think other important messages were really it applies for projects, but also for policies. I think we need visions, and it needs to be integrated visions, tackled together and brought forward together. I think this is a very important message for policy, of policy, but also from and for the projects, and I think very important lessons learned. So this brings us to the end of this panel. I think they did a very good job, so I hope you will honor that. Thank you very much. Thank you. And this brings us also somehow almost to the end of the more debate-oriented part of this final conference. We had a full morning and now a very interesting, I find, final debate. We will now have first some inspiration, again from a video, and we will have then again a networking opportunity. But first I think the organizers still have, will bring us to continue to dream, to have new ideas, to look far into the Danube space. And maybe the technicians could launch the video, please. the Danube is waiting for you. So we will now really come to the end of this conference part. I thank you very much again that I could be with you for the whole day. It was always a big pleasure for me. And now I hand over to Agnes Kurzweil and to Georg Steiner for the very last, goodbye, thank you, how could I say, whatever, final words.
Okay, final words. First of all, thank you to our wonderful moderator. I think you made it very good, and you was on the point, by the question on the one side and by the time management on the other side. Many, many thanks. Thank you. Many thanks to our organization, by Technic, behind the stage, in front of the stage, and first of all, Gisela Gruber. She organized the whole conference. Thank you, Gisela, for all what you... And now we're at the end of the project, and for me, on the one side, I am very happy, and on the other side, I hope we bring it into the future. And on the one side, let me say, by my last words, I think we made a very good job to bring with the stories get to the heart of the Danube. It was not only a tourism project, it was a multidisciplinary project, and I think we brought value to the Danube region, and we made up a window for future tourism in the Danube region. Together we can be very proud to this what we did, and where is a lot of potential for the future. And now I think all partners who work together, all our cooperation partners by a lot of disciplines, it was not only, we didn't only just adding. What we did is multiplying. When we see the whole result, and I will use the term emergent processes can bring us forward. And this is, from my side, the message of this project. And I hope we are not at the end. I hope we are at the beginning, at the start, from this emerging process for tourism along the Danube, in the Danube region. Thank you, and good luck for all what we have in the futures in our business and in tourism here. Thank you.
So then I start with the very final words, but we have 1 month left for our work. You should not forget. Georg, in the morning you said to me, I'm the mother of the project. I'm not sure. This is a role we do not have in project management, but I really feel proud like a mother for this project because we achieved so many results, and we see it here. And we had a really extraordinary cooperation with different partners in this projects 1, 2, 3, and especially in this project, we had a very challenging time to implement the project, and we succeeded because we had that good cooperation. And I would like to thank all partners for this good cooperation, and wish you the best for the future in continuing in what we did and what we built. We are not at the very beginning because we had this 3 or 10 years, but we are not at the end. And even though we do not have at the moment a project, we continue, or we know that we continue. There's so many possibilities to continue, and we have this cooperation, like Danko said, and this context, this platform we built in the last years. So please use it, and thank you very much. I would also like to thank Robert and the ministry for initiating so many years ago. I think it was 2008 we started with the first ideas. You see, this INTERREG is sometimes long time, and to come to this possibility to be a role model and to work in this field. And of course, I thank the organizing, so Georg and Gysi, for this, for this great organization, and not to forget Veracon. You were the one who had the work. So thank you very much, Christina, for coordinating the last project. Susanne, I don't see where she is. Thank you. And Andreas, even though we did not see you in the last years, months that much, but you were also one of the masterminds of this project, so thank you very much. And with this, I'm sure I forgot someone, so sorry. But yeah, thank you also for all you having been here. And I would ask the partners and associated partners who supported us in the project in the last years to come for a common family photo of the Transdanube family so for the final conference. Yeah, but I think it is not over now. Afterwards it's not over, then we have experience and experiences.
You are invited to look to the Linz experiences.
Exactly. Okay. So group photo.
Please come to the photo.
Beide tun wir später. Nicht fürs Foto, das wäre total schwierig. Ja, do we have a photographer? Kann man jemanden? Ah, okay. Yeah, I can see there.
Was on, now it's not longer on, but normally it's working. That was it.
What's the battery here? But how long does it take with the battery?
With the battery? So the camera plus the battery? Now everybody coming up. The camera itself 6 hours. It can be charged the camera 4 to 5 times. We offer, we